Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. My neighbor Garrett and I have shared a fence line and an easy, casual friendship for almost a decade. The kind built on handing tools back and forth over that fence, and comparing notes on lawn care, rather than anything especially deep. And it was over that same fence, on an ordinary Saturday morning about 4 months ago, that he told me, in a voice pitched low enough that I understood immediately he hadn't said this to anyone else yet, that he no longer believed the woman living in his house was his wife Petra. Garrett and Petra moved in next door, not long after my own wife and I bought our house, and the two couples had settled into the specific low-key rhythm of good neighbors rather than close friends. Cookouts a few times a summer, borrowed ladders, the occasional shared bottle of wine on a porch, when both households happened to be outside at the same time. Petra had always struck me as warm but private, the kind of person who kept her real depth for people closer to her than a neighbor across a fence. Which is part of why Garrett's confession that morning took me as long as it did to fully register as something more than an odd joke gone too far. I want to be honest that my first reaction was concern for Garrett, rather than any credence toward his claim. Since a man saying something like that about his spouse of 15 years sounds, on its face, like the kind of statement that precedes a mental health crisis, rather than a genuine mystery, I asked him, carefully, what had made him feel that way, expecting some explainable trigger, a fight, a stressor, early signs of a condition worth getting looked at by a professional. He described, instead, a series of small accumulated details that individually sounded almost mundane, and that, laid out together, I found harder to dismiss than I expected to. Petra had stopped remembering the specific way she took her coffee, a detail so small and so consistent over 15 years of marriage that Garrett said it felt less like forgetting and more like never having actually known in the first place. She'd stopped recognizing her own mother's ringtone on her phone, a ringtone she'd set herself years earlier and always reacted to instantly, letting calls from her mother go to voicemail several times in a row before eventually answering, confused as though the number itself meant nothing to her anymore. He mentioned, too, a smaller thing that he said bothered him more than either of the others, though he couldn't quite explain why. She'd stopped setting her side of the bed the way she always had, a specific arrangement of pillows she'd maintained since before they were even married, replaced now with an arrangement that was tidy and reasonable, but simply not the one she'd always insisted on. Garrett said watching her make the bed differently, morning after morning, without seeming to notice the change herself, had unsettled him more than almost anything else he'd cataloged, since it was the kind of detail nobody would think to fake and nobody would think to ask about. I suggested, gently, that 15 years of marriage sometimes produces genuine strangeness between people going through hard private stretches, that perhaps Petra was dealing with something she hadn't shared with him yet, depression or anxiety, or simply exhaustion manifesting in small forgetful ways that had nothing to do with anything as strange as what he seemed to be suggesting. He said he'd considered that too, wanted badly to believe it, and had brought it up with her directly once, framed gently, only to watch her face do something he described as genuine confusion rather than defensiveness, an expression that looked, in his words, like someone being accused of something they didn't remember doing, rather than someone caught in an obvious lie, a distinction he kept returning to, as though it mattered more than anything else he'd told me. I watched Petra myself over the following weeks, whenever our paths crossed at the mailbox or during the occasional shared barbecue, looking for whatever Garrett had described, and found. Mostly an ordinary, pleasant woman behaving exactly as she always had toward me, warm and familiar in every interaction I personally witnessed. It was only secondhand, through Garrett's increasingly specific accounts, that anything seemed wrong at all, which left me in the uncomfortable position of either doubting my friend's grip on reality or accepting a claim I had no independent way to verify myself. A position I still haven't found a comfortable way to sit in even months later. Garrett brought it up with Petra's sister eventually, cautiously, and the sister admitted, after some hesitation, that she'd noticed something similar during a recent visit, a formality to Petra's speech during a phone call that didn't match years of easy sisterly banter, though she'd assumed it was simply stress from Petra's job, rather than anything worth raising directly with her. Garrett told me the sister had gone quiet for a long moment on the phone after he pressed her further, and had eventually admitted that she'd started avoiding video calls with Petra specifically, preferring voice or text, without ever quite letting herself examine why she'd developed that preference in the first place. I asked Garrett at one point whether he'd considered simply asking Petra directly, plainly, whether anything had happened to her, framing it not as an accusation but as an open invitation for her to tell him if something was genuinely wrong. He said he had once, carefully, late at night when the house was quiet, and that she'd cried, actually cried, insisting she was exactly who she'd always been, and begging him to tell her what she'd done to make him doubt her. He said her tears had felt completely real, which was, in its own way, the most unsettling part of the entire conversation, since it left him with no clean answer either way, only a wife who seemed as frightened by his doubt as he was by whatever had prompted it. I don't know how this story resolves, because as far as I know it hasn't resolved at all. Garrett still lives with Petra, still by every outward appearance functions as a normal married couple, mowing the lawn, hosting the occasional barbecue, waving to me over the same fence we've shared for a decade. He's mentioned it to me twice more since that first Saturday morning conversation, each time with the same low, careful voice, each time describing some new small detail, a childhood story she'd once told him, in vivid personal detail that she now seemed to recount as if reading it off a card, a physical habit of chewing her nails that had simply vanished sometime over the past year, without any of the awkward self-consciousness that quitting such a habit usually produces in a person. I don't know what to tell him, honestly, beyond continuing to listen. And I've noticed, more than I'd like to admit, that I've started watching Petra a little more closely myself, whenever she's within view over that fence line, checking for whatever Garrett keeps almost but not quite convincing me is actually there. My own wife thinks I should encourage Garrett to see a counselor, and she may well be right, but I find myself, more often than I'd have expected a few months ago, simply nodding along whenever he brings up some new detail, unwilling to be the one who tells a man I've known for a decade that the wife he's slept beside every night for 15 years is exactly who she's always been, when I have no more certain way of knowing that than he does. My younger brother Foster came home from a 9-month deployment on a Friday afternoon, greeted at the airport by our whole family holding a hand-painted banner, and hugged each of us in turn with the same steady warmth he'd always had, thinner than when he'd left, and visibly tired in the way anyone would be after that long overseas, but recognizably, completely himself in that first hour, cracking the same self-deprecating jokes he always used to diffuse any moment that threatened to get too emotional for him to handle comfortably. Jokes our whole family had come to rely on, as his particular way of saying he was glad to be home, without ever needing the actual words. Foster had enlisted at 19, against our mother's quiet worry and our father's guarded pride, and this deployment had been his longest stretch away by far, 9 months of limited communication that left the whole family leaning heavily on brief, infrequent video calls and the occasional letter to feel connected to him at all. His homecoming had been planned for weeks, the banner our mother's idea, And I remember the specific relief on everyone's faces at the airport, a tension finally allowed to unclench after 9 months of quietly held breath, before slowly, over the following weeks, tightening again into something none of us had a name for yet. It was our mother who noticed the shift first, calling me 2 weeks after his return, to say that Foster seemed different in a way she couldn't quite articulate. Quieter in a manner that went beyond the ordinary readjustment period she'd read about online. Something in how he sat at the dinner table, upright and still in a way that didn't match the loose, sprawling posture he'd had his entire life before deployment. I told her, reasonably, that 9 months of military structure changes a person's habits. That some stiffness in posture seemed like a small, inexplicable thing to notice in a soldier readjusting to civilian life. I saw it myself the following weekend, at a family barbecue, watching Foster eat his food in small, careful bites, methodically, nothing like the enthusiastic, slightly messy way he'd always eaten since childhood, a habit our mother used to gently tease him about at every holiday meal. When I mentioned it, lightly, he said his stomach had been sensitive since coming home, blamed unfamiliar food and stress, an explanation reasonable enough on its own that I let it pass without further comment. Our father, watching this same exchange from across the yard, mentioned to me privately later that evening that Foster's handshake with an old family friend had felt oddly formal too, firmer and more deliberate than the easy, casual grip Foster had always offered people he actually knew well. The accumulation of small wrongnesses over the following month followed a pattern I recognized only in hindsight, each one individually explicable by deployment, by trauma, by the genuine and well-documented difficulty of readjusting to ordinary life after months in a combat zone, and yet together forming a portrait of someone who felt, in ways I couldn't fully articulate, like an extremely accurate copy of my brother, rather than my brother himself. He stopped recognizing certain childhood references immediately, needing a beat longer than he should have to place an old family joke before laughing at the correct moment. He called our childhood cat by the wrong name once, a slip he corrected instantly with what looked like genuine embarrassment, blaming exhaustion, an explanation I wanted badly to accept, given how thoroughly, in every other respect, he still seemed like exactly the brother who'd left 9 months earlier. I brought my concerns carefully to his best friend from high school, a man named Reeve, who'd stayed close with Foster through every stage of his military career, and had visited him twice during deployment leave. Reeve admitted, somewhat reluctantly, that he'd noticed something similar during a recent phone call, a formality to Foster's speech that didn't match years of easy, profane banter between the two of them, though he'd assumed it was simply the residue of trauma nobody fully talks about openly, the kind of change that combat deployment is well known to produce in even the steadiest people. Reeves said he'd hesitated to mention it to anyone else, worried it would sound like he was pathologizing an old friend's ordinary struggle to readjust, a hesitation I understood completely, since I'd been fighting the exact same instinct myself for weeks by that point, unwilling to be the sister who turned her own brother's homecoming into a diagnosis. I want to be careful here, because I recognize how easily this story could simply be describing the ordinary, well-documented difficulty of a soldier readjusting after real trauma, something that deserves compassion and patience rather than suspicion. And for months I told myself exactly that, pushing down every uneasy observation with the reminder that Foster had been through something genuinely hard and deserved space to heal, without his own sister treating him like evidence in a case she was building against him. I repeated that reminder to myself often enough, over enough months, that I nearly believed it had settled the question entirely, right up until the evening it didn't anymore. It was a specific evening, nearly 5 months after his return, that finally cracked my careful patience open. Foster mentioned, unprompted, a memory of our father teaching him to fish at a lake our family has never once visited, describing the dock, and the specific model of boat in detail vivid enough that it clearly wasn't a simple mix-up of 2 different lakes, but an entire fabricated memory, confident and detailed, slotted into a childhood that had never actually included it. When I gently pointed out that we'd never been to any lake matching that description, he grew quiet, troubled, and said he genuinely believed the memory was real, that he could picture it clearly, which frightened him more, he said, than my correction did. Our family doctor referred him to a specialist for evaluation. Given the specific and troubling nature of a fabricated childhood memory, delivered with total conviction, and the specialist found some evidence of the kind of cognitive strain that prolonged stress and trauma can genuinely produce, without ruling definitively on what exactly had caused a memory this specific and this wrong to implant itself so convincingly. Foster is in treatment now, slowly, and improving in ways that feel real rather than performed. His old posture creeping back some days, his old appetite returning, his laugh, when it comes, landing closer to on time than it did those first difficult months. I don't know, even now, whether what I watched over that year was simply the well-documented cost of what he went through overseas, wearing an unfamiliar shape into someone I love before slowly wearing back off again, or something else I don't have adequate language for. I try, most days, to hold both possibilities gently, rather than collapsing into either one, grateful for every ordinary dinner where he eats messily again, and calls the cat by her right name, and quietly unable to forget the specific, confident clarity in his eyes, describing a lake and a boat, and a father teaching him to fish somewhere none of us have ever actually been. Our mother still brings up the deployment sometimes, carefully, testing the ground before she says more, and I've noticed she and I have developed our own small shorthand for checking in with each other, a way of asking how he seems this week without ever quite naming what we're actually asking about, a code neither of us ever had to explicitly agree on, but that we both understand completely every single time it comes up between us. My friend Adeline posts fairly regularly to a small social media following, mostly cooking videos and clips from her daily life. Nothing especially remarkable in scale, but enough that I'd gotten used to seeing her face pop up in my feed several times a week, familiar and unremarkable the way a friend's ordinary online presence usually is. About 2 months ago, she posted a short video that looked like her in every obvious way. Her kitchen, her voice, her usual editing style, except that something about the way she moved through the clip sat wrong in a manner I couldn't immediately name. A fluidity to her gestures that felt very slightly too smooth, too continuous, missing the small hesitations and adjustments a person makes, without thinking as they move through an ordinary task. The kind of small correction everyone makes constantly without ever once noticing they're doing it. Adeline and I met through a mutual friend group years back, close enough that I check her posts almost reflexively, the way you'd check in on any friend whose daily updates have become part of the small ambient texture of your own life online. She built her modest following slowly, over several years, mostly through unremarkable cooking content filmed in the same kitchen, with the same phone propped against the same spice rack, a low-key consistency that made this particular video's wrongness stand out all the more sharply against everything I'd come to expect from her feed, since consistency had always been the entire point of what she posted. I texted her about it, lightly, joking that she looked like she'd been possessed by a very graceful ghost in her latest video. Expecting the easy laugh she always gave to jokes like that, she replied simply that she didn't know what I meant, that she hadn't posted anything in almost 2 weeks, a claim that directly contradicted the video sitting in my feed with her account's name and profile picture attached to it, timestamped from earlier that same afternoon. I checked the video's view count and comment section while we texted back and forth, finding several other mutual friends had already liked it and left ordinary, unsuspecting comments, treating it exactly like any other post from her, none of them apparently noticing anything wrong with the way she moved through her own kitchen. I sent her a screen recording of the video, and she watched it and said, with a note of genuine unease creeping into her texts, that she had no memory of filming it, didn't recognize the specific recipe she appeared to be making in the clip, and hadn't been in her kitchen at the time the video was supposedly posted according to its timestamp. Having spent that whole afternoon at a doctor's appointment across town that she could account for with an actual receipt, she sent me a photo of that receipt almost immediately, unprompted, as though she needed physical proof of her own alibi even before I'd asked for any. A small detail that told me how rattled she already was by that point. We assumed at first that her account had been hacked, a reasonable enough explanation given how common that kind of compromise has become, and she changed her passwords and enabled additional security measures the same evening. The videos kept appearing anyway, roughly one a week, each one looking and sounding convincingly like her, filmed in what appeared to be her actual apartment, featuring her actual cat in the background on more than one occasion, always with that same subtle wrongness to the movement that had first caught my attention, a fluidity that read, the more I watched, less like a hacked account posting stolen footage, and more like something built to resemble her, rather than something simply pretending to be her from outside. Adeline described feeling genuinely violated by the idea, more than the ordinary anger of a hacked account, since whatever this was seemed to know things about her daily habits, her kitchen, her cat, that a simple credential theft wouldn't necessarily reveal, details specific enough that she started wondering, out loud to me, whether someone had been watching her far longer than any of these videos suggested on their own. Adeline grew increasingly distressed over the following weeks, hiring a small digital security consultant recommended by a friend, who examined her devices and accounts, and found no clear evidence of unauthorized access, no malware, nothing that would explain how someone could be posting from her account, without leaving any of the usual technical fingerprints such an intrusion typically leaves behind. The consultant suggested, somewhat unhelpfully, that sophisticated attacks sometimes leave minimal traces, and recommended she simply take the account down entirely if the videos continued. Adeline described the whole process as feeling less like fixing a hacked account, and more like trying to prove a negative to someone who kept insisting gently that a negative this specific and this persistent was extremely unlikely to actually be true, an experience she said left her doubting her own account of events almost as much as she doubted whatever was posting under her name. She took the account down. The videos stopped appearing on that platform exactly as expected, except that 3 weeks later, a friend of mine who didn't follow Adeline directly sent me a clip from an entirely different platform, one Adeline had never used at all, showing the same figure, same kitchen, same subtle wrongness of movement, posted under an account name that wasn't hers but used her actual face and voice throughout the entire video, a detail that made the whole situation feel less like a targeted hack and more like something that had simply found a new place to keep going once the first door closed. Adeline reported that second account to the new platform directly, providing screenshots and a detailed explanation of the situation, and received, after several weeks of waiting, only an automated response confirming the report had been received, with no further update or resolution despite the account, and its strange, subtly wrong videos remaining active for months afterward before eventually going quiet on its own, with no explanation offered by the platform for why or how. I don't have a clean explanation for any of this, and neither, as far as I know, does Adeline, who has largely withdrawn from posting anything online at all since, understandably rattled by an experience that seems to have outpaced any technical explanation either of us has been offered. I still see her in person most weeks, and she remains, face to face, entirely herself in every way I can identify. Normal gestures, normal small hesitations, nothing of that eerie smoothness that marked the videos. But I find myself, more than I used to, watching her move through ordinary tasks when we're together, checking almost involuntarily for a fluidity that shouldn't be there, relieved every single time I don't find it, and unable to shake the feeling that somewhere, something is still quietly practicing how to be her better. She mentioned, the last time we spoke, that she'd started noticing the same eerie smoothness in a handful of videos from an entirely different friend of hers, someone I've never met. which has left both of us wondering, without much appetite to actually investigate further, how far this particular wrongness might already have spread beyond the small circle we happen to know about. We've made a private agreement, half joking and half not, to check in with each other in person more often now, on the theory that whatever this is, it seems to need a screen to work through, and neither of us wants to find out what happens if it ever learns to do without one. My boyfriend Trent proposed to me on a Tuesday evening in our own kitchen. No elaborate setup, just a quiet, sincere question after we'd finished doing the dishes together. And I said yes without hesitation, genuinely happy, 3 years into a relationship that had always felt steady and unremarkable in the best possible sense. It was only over the following weeks, telling and retelling the story of the proposal to friends and family, that I noticed Trent's version of events had started drifting slightly from my own, small details shifting each time he told it, in ways that felt less like natural storytelling variation, and more like someone reconstructing a memory from an incomplete transcript. A wrongness that took me weeks to even let myself name, since naming it felt like the first step toward a conversation neither of us seemed ready to have. Trent and I met at a friend's housewarming party, both of us a little bored and standing near the same snack table, and the relationship that grew from that ordinary beginning had always felt notably free of drama compared to my previous relationships, built on a foundation of easy compatibility rather than any grand romantic gesture, which made the proposal itself, quiet and understated as it was, feel entirely in keeping with who we'd always been together as a couple, right up until his own retelling of it started to feel like someone else's account entirely. He told my sister, at a family dinner, that he'd proposed in the living room rather than the kitchen, and when I gently corrected him, he laughed it off, blamed a long day at work for scrambling the details, and moved on quickly enough that I didn't think much of it in the moment. He told his own brother a week later that I'd cried when he asked, which I hadn't, having been too surprised and too happy to do anything but say yes immediately. A detail specific enough and personal enough that I found the misremembering harder to write off as simple carelessness. My own sister mentioned, a little confused, that Trent's account of the evening had felt oddly rehearsed to her, polished in a way that struck her as strange, for a man simply telling his own proposal story to family, though she hadn't thought much more of it beyond a passing comment at the time, a comment I found myself returning to more than she probably ever expected me to. I started noticing, over the following month, that Trent's account of our whole relationship had begun to carry small inconsistencies I'd never registered before, mentioning a first date restaurant that wasn't the one we'd actually gone to, referencing an inside joke between us, with a punchline slightly different from the one we'd actually shared for 3 years. Individually, none of these felt significant enough to raise directly. Together, accumulating week over week, they started to feel like evidence of something I didn't yet have a name for. A pattern less like normal forgetfulness and more like someone filling in gaps with plausible approximations rather than actual memory. I asked him one evening, as gently as I could manage, whether he'd been feeling okay lately, whether anything had been distracting him or weighing on him in a way that might explain the small memory slips I'd noticed. He seemed genuinely surprised by the question, said he felt fine, and when I listed a few of the specific discrepancies I'd noticed, he grew quiet and defensive in a way I'd never seen from him before, insisting his versions were correct and that I must be the one misremembering, delivered with a certainty that unsettled me more than an admission of confusion would have. I found myself, in that moment, backing down from the conversation entirely rather than pushing further, unwilling to turn an ordinary evening into a fight over details that felt, individually, too small to be worth the tension building between us. Though I noticed, afterward, that the tension didn't fully leave the apartment for several days regardless. I called his mother, whom I'd always gotten along well with, and asked, carefully, whether Trent had seemed different to her recently, in any way she could point to. She said he'd called her the week before sounding oddly formal, using turns of phrase that weren't quite his usual manner of speaking with her, though she'd chalked it up at the time to stress from a work project he'd mentioned, but hadn't gone into much detail about. A project I'd never once heard him mention myself, despite us discussing his work regularly. I asked her to describe the formality more specifically, and she struggled to put words to it beyond saying he'd sounded, in her words, like someone reading from notes, rather than simply talking to his own mother the way he always had. A comparison that stuck with me long after that call ended. The wrongness crystallized for me fully one evening, a few weeks later, when Trent referenced, casually, a trip to visit my parents that we'd supposedly taken the previous spring, describing details of my childhood home with reasonable accuracy, but describing an entire visit that had never actually happened. My parents living several states away, and having last seen Trent in person almost a year earlier at a holiday gathering, a fact easily confirmed with a single phone call to my own mother, who had no memory of any such visit either, her confusion at my question almost matching my own confusion at needing to ask it in the first place. I brought this specific fabrication up with Trent directly, more firmly than I'd approached any of the previous discrepancies, and watched his face go through several stages of confusion before settling into something that looked, disturbingly, like genuine bewilderment rather than the defensiveness I'd expected. He said he could picture the visit clearly, described the drive there in specific detail, insisted it had happened even as I laid out, point by point, why it couldn't have. He grew quiet after that, said he needed some time to think, and the rest of that evening passed with neither of us quite willing to raise the subject again. I haven't confronted him directly with the full weight of what I've noticed, mostly because I don't know what I'd be accusing him of, or what response I'd actually want to hear if I asked outright. He remains, in every practical sense, the same steady, kind partner I fell in love with 3 years ago, remembering my coffee order, remembering to feed the cat, remembering the small daily rhythms of our shared life together with total fluency. It's only the larger memories, the ones that should carry the most specific emotional weight, that seem to have gone soft and slightly wrong around the edges, as though someone has done an excellent job learning the shape of our relationship without ever quite having lived inside the actual moments that built it. I still wear his ring most days, and most days I still mean it when I do. Though I've started, without telling him, writing down our shared memories in a private journal, dated and specific, less for any romantic reason than for the quiet, practical need to have some record of my own, that nobody else's retelling can ever quite erode. I add to it most weeks now, small true details before they can drift, unwilling to let anyone, even someone I love, become the only keeper of a story that's supposed to belong to both of us equally. Some nights I read back through the earliest entries, and find myself relieved simply by how ordinary and undramatic they still sound. Proof, however small, that at least one version of us remains untouched by whatever this actually is. Our town has one main street, a population small enough that everyone recognizes everyone else at the grocery store, and a retired mechanic named Orson Pruitt, who's lived on Larkspur Road for as long as anyone can remember, fixing small engines out of his garage, for whoever needed it, and waving at every car that passed his porch whether he knew the driver or not. I'd known Orson my whole life, the way you know a fixture of a small town rather than a close friend. And it was my neighbor Cass who first mentioned, over our shared fence line, that she'd seen him twice in one afternoon, in 2 different places, dressed identically, at almost the same hour. Our town numbers maybe 1,100 people, small enough that its handful of true fixtures become almost civic landmarks in their own right. And Orson has been one of ours for as long as anyone currently living here can remember, having fixed half the town's lawnmowers and outboard motors at one point or another. Over 5 decades of quiet, reliable work out of that same garage. he'd become, without ever seeking it, one of those figures whose presence orders a place, the kind of person whose ordinary daily routine everyone half registers without thinking about it directly. Which is exactly what made the mounting reports of him appearing twice at once so disorienting for a town this size to process collectively. I didn't think much of it at first, assuming she'd simply seen him and then seen him again later, misjudging the time between sightings the way anyone might in a town small enough that you cross paths with the same handful of people constantly. Cass insisted it wasn't a mistake, that she'd seen him at the hardware store at 11 that morning, and again, unmistakably, walking his dog past the elementary school, at what she was certain was the exact same hour, both sightings vivid enough in her memory, that she'd started doubting her own grip on time, rather than doubting what she'd seen. I mentioned this to my own husband as a mildly funny anecdote about small-town gossip, and he surprised me by saying he'd heard something similar from a coworker just that week. A story about Orson supposedly appearing at the diner and at the post office simultaneously, according to two different customers comparing notes over coffee. Neither of us thought much more of it until the following month, when 3 more separate people mentioned, independently and without prompting, having seen Orson in 2 places at what felt to each of them like the same impossible hour. I ran into Orson myself outside the hardware store not long after, and greeted him normally, the way I always had, and he greeted me back with his usual easy warmth. Nothing at all off about him in that specific interaction, no strangeness I could point to directly. It was only walking away that I registered something delayed and uneasy. A specific quality to his eyes that I couldn't quite name in the moment. Something like the eyes of a man concentrating very hard on an ordinary task that should have required no concentration at all. I asked his daughter Marisol, who ran the general store on Main Street and saw her father most days, whether she'd noticed anything strange about him lately. She hesitated in a way that told me more than her actual words, admitting finally that he'd seemed occasionally repetitive in conversation recently, telling her the same small stories twice within the same visit, as though he'd forgotten having already told them, and that she'd chalked it up gently to normal aging, rather than anything worth raising with a doctor yet. She mentioned, too, that a longtime customer had commented the week before on Orson's unusually formal manner during a brief conversation at the store, a small enough detail that Marisol hadn't thought much of it at the time, though she found herself telling me about it now, wondering aloud whether it fit into whatever pattern the rest of us had started noticing. The sightings kept accumulating over the following weeks. Always the same pattern. 2 credible witnesses, 2 different locations, the same rough hour, Orson dressed and behaving identically in both accounts, down to small details, like which hand held his dog's leash. I started keeping a private list, half out of genuine unease, and half out of something closer to morbid curiosity, cross-referencing times and locations from whoever mentioned a sighting to me directly, and found no pattern that resolved into anything sensible. No twin brother anyone had ever mentioned. No explanation involving a look-alike relative visiting from out of town. Nothing that accounted cleanly for a man appearing to exist in 2 places within the same narrow window, again and again, across an entire season. My list eventually ran to nearly a dozen separate incidents, spread across almost every part of town, always involving people who had no reason to coordinate a story with each other, and who each seemed, describing their own sighting to me, mildly embarrassed at how certain they felt about something so plainly impossible. I finally asked Orson directly, framing it as town gossip I'd heard and found amusing, whether he had a twin or a look-alike relative who might explain the confusion. He laughed, said he wished he did, since it might explain some of his own recent forgetfulness, joked that maybe he was simply getting old enough to not remember his own comings and goings anymore. It was a perfectly reasonable answer, delivered with his usual warmth, and I wanted very much to accept it at face value, the way you want to accept any explanation that lets a familiar person stay exactly as familiar as they've always been to you. Marisol brought her father to a doctor not long after, Worried enough by then about the repeated stories and general vagueness to want it looked into properly, and the doctor found nothing definitive. Some mild age-related concerns worth monitoring, but nothing that would explain sightings of him in two places at once, which of course isn't the kind of symptom any standard medical exam is built to investigate in the first place. Marisol told me afterward, with a small, tired laugh that didn't quite reach her eyes, that she'd almost asked the doctor directly whether such a thing was even possible, and had stopped herself at the last moment, unwilling to say something so plainly strange out loud to a professional who might reasonably start asking questions about her own state of mind. Instead, the sightings have slowed somewhat over the following months, though they haven't stopped entirely, and Orson himself seems, by every account from those who know him well, largely unaware that anything strange has ever been reported about him at all. I still wave at him when I drive past his porch, and he still waves back the way he always has, and I've noticed, more than once, that I've started glancing at the clock before I do it. Some small private part of me keeping track of exactly what hour it is when I see him, as though the hour itself might someday matter more than I currently understand. Cass and I still discuss it sometimes, comparing whatever fresh accounts have reached us through the town's ordinary channels of gossip. Neither of us any closer to an explanation, both of us equally unwilling to simply let the whole strange pattern fade quietly into the kind of local legend a town this size eventually absorbs and stops questioning. Marisol mentioned last week that a sighting had come in from clear across town, timed almost exactly to when Orson had also been standing on his own porch, waving at a passing car, which she reported to me with the same flat, tired resignation of someone who has simply stopped expecting these things to add up to anything. My identical twin sister Helena and I grew up sharing a room, a language of private jokes, and the specific kind of closeness that people without twins always seem slightly baffled by when we try to describe it. A closeness that survived college in different states, and eventually marriages to men who occasionally complained, good-naturedly, about how much time we still spent on the phone together as adults. A closeness we both used to describe, half joking, as its own kind of marriage that predated either of our actual ones. She moved back to our hometown 2 years ago, after her divorce, into an apartment 15 minutes from mine, and for the first several months our old rhythm picked back up easily. Weekly dinners, daily texts, the specific shorthand only the two of us ever fully understood, a rhythm that had survived every previous distance and difficulty our lives had thrown at it before this. Her divorce had been hard on her in ways I watched up close during frequent visits that first year, longer stretches together than we'd shared since childhood, and I remember feeling almost grateful, in a complicated way, that her marriage ending meant getting my sister back in daily proximity. After years of long-distance closeness, that, however strong, could never quite replace actually sitting across a table from her. The version of Helena who moved home that first year was raw and understandably altered by grief, which is exactly why the specific shift I noticed later took so long to separate out from the ordinary difficulty of watching someone rebuild a life, one small inconsistency at a time, easy enough to explain away until they no longer were. The shift started small enough that I initially attributed it to the ordinary strain of her divorce, settling into her differently than I expected. She began referencing our shared childhood, with details slightly off from how I remembered them. The wrong summer for a specific family vacation, the wrong sequence of events during our parents' brief separation when we were 14. Small enough discrepancies that memory alone could easily explain, since even twins who live through the same events sometimes remember them differently, each of us carrying our own slightly separate version of a shared past, without either version being more correct than the other. It was the way she looked at me, more than anything she said, that first properly unsettled me. A beat of study before she responded to something I'd said, as though she were checking my reaction against some internal reference, rather than simply relating to me the way she always had, the way you'd study a mirror, rather than simply live inside your own reflection without thinking about it. A stillness that had never once existed between us before her divorce. I mentioned this feeling to my husband one evening, trying to articulate something that resisted clean description, and he suggested, reasonably, that divorce changes people, that Helena had been through something genuinely hard, and that some distance or strangeness between us was probably an inevitable part of her recovering, rather than anything more troubling. I accepted that explanation for longer than I probably should have, mostly because the alternative felt too strange to sit with directly, and because my husband's read on the situation carried the specific authority of someone who'd watched our whole family navigate hard things before, without any of it turning out to be more than ordinary grief working itself out slowly over time, a pattern he'd seen enough times in his own family to trust, without much hesitation. The specific incident that finally cracked my easy explanations open happened at our mother's 70th birthday party, where Helena, standing beside me in front of the assembled extended family, referred to our childhood dog by the wrong name. Not a name close to the real one, but an entirely different name altogether, delivered with total unself-conscious confidence, as though she'd simply never known the correct one at all. Nobody else at the party seemed to register it as strange, since most of our extended family had met the dog only in passing decades ago, and likely didn't remember its name any better than Helena apparently now did. I remembered it perfectly. We'd named that dog together, at age 8, after a cartoon character we'd both loved, spending an entire rainy Saturday afternoon debating the name before finally agreeing on it, a memory so specific and so foundational to our shared childhood that its total absence from her account felt less like an honest slip and more like proof of something missing entirely from wherever her memories were actually being drawn from. I asked her about it afterward, gently in the kitchen while we cleared dishes, framing it as an odd slip rather than an accusation. She looked at me with genuine confusion, said she was certain that had been the dog's name, described a memory of naming him that matched neither my recollection of the event nor, I later confirmed by asking our mother directly, our mother's recollection either. Our mother remembered the actual name without hesitation, unprompted, a name Helena now seemed to have replaced entirely with a different one that felt in its specific wrongness, less like an honest misremembering and more like a detail reconstructed from an incomplete file. I didn't tell our mother why I was asking. She simply assumed I was settling some small sisterly disagreement, and I let her believe that, unwilling to voice the actual shape of what I'd started to suspect, since saying it out loud, even to our own mother, felt like it would make the whole thing undeniably real in a way I still wasn't ready for. I've started, in the months since, paying closer attention to small physical things between us that used to feel invisible precisely because they matched so perfectly. The particular way she used to bite the inside of her cheek when nervous, a habit she no longer seems to have, a birthmark on her left shoulder blade that I once compared to my own identical one during a summer at the pool, and that now, glimpsed briefly when she changed in front of me at her apartment, seemed positioned very slightly differently than I remembered ours matching. I've caught myself measuring the distance with my eyes more than once since, comparing it silently against my own shoulder in a mirror later that same evening, unable to reach any conclusion firm enough to act on. I haven't said any of this to her directly, beyond that one kitchen conversation about the dog's name, mostly because I don't know what accusation I would even be making, or against what, exactly. We still talk most days, we still finish each other's sentences more often than not, still share the easy shorthand that raised us both. And there are entire evenings together where I forget completely that anything ever felt wrong at all, right up until some small unguarded moment reminds me, with a coldness I still haven't gotten used to, that I'm no longer entirely certain I'm looking at my sister, rather than something that has simply had a very long time to learn her. My husband asked me recently, gently, whether I still felt that unease around her, and I told him it came and went, which was true, though I didn't tell him how much I'd started dreading the moments it went away entirely, since a version of Helena I couldn't distinguish from the real one felt somehow worse than one I could still occasionally catch. We have dinner again this weekend, the way we do most weekends, and I'll watch her across the table the way I always do now, hoping to see nothing at all, and unable to fully explain even to myself which outcome I actually want more. My best friend Colette went on a solo 3-day backpacking trip through the national forest, 2 hours from her apartment, something she'd done alone several times before, and always came back from glowing, full of stories about wildlife sightings and sunrise views, competent and unbothered by the solitude in a way I'd always admired and never quite managed myself. This time she came back a full day early, having told no one in advance, and called me from her apartment sounding fine, asking if I wanted to come over for the takeout she'd already ordered, an invitation ordinary enough on its surface that I nearly missed how strange the whole framing of it actually was. Colette and I met almost a decade ago through a mutual friend's wedding of all things, and became close fast, the kind of friendship that survives job changes and relationships and long stretches of not seeing each other in person, because the underlying rhythm of it never really falters. She'd always been the more outdoorsy of the two of us, and her solo trips had become something of a running joke between us, her sending me increasingly dramatic photos of sunrises while I stayed comfortably at home, neither of us ever expecting those trips to become the subject of anything more serious than gentle teasing, let alone something neither of us has ever fully talked through since. I noticed it almost immediately when I arrived, before she'd said more than a few words to me, a stillness to her that didn't match the Colette I'd known for nearly a decade, someone whose hands were always moving, whose laugh came easily and often, who talked with her whole body the way some people talk only with their mouths. This version of her sat very still on her own couch, hands folded, laughing at the right moments in our conversation, but a beat behind. The way you laugh when you've registered that a joke is finished, rather than when the joke itself actually lands for you. I asked about the trip, and she gave an account that hit all the expected beats. A good campsite the first night, a minor scare with what she thought might have been a bear rustling near her tent, a change of plans that brought her home early due to a forecast of storms she didn't want to be caught in alone. It was a perfectly reasonable story, delivered in perfectly reasonable detail, except that Colette hates being alone in bad weather more than almost anything else in her life, a fear she's told me about at length more than once. And someone with that specific fear cutting a solo trip short for exactly that reason should have sounded far more shaken describing it than she did, recounting the whole thing with an oddly flat procedural calm, the kind of recounting you'd expect from someone summarizing a report, rather than someone who had actually lived through the fear itself. Over the following weeks, I started noticing more of these small mismatches. She stopped returning my text with her usual rapid-fire string of typos and voice memos, switching instead to short, carefully punctuated replies that read like they'd been proofread before sending. She canceled our standing Thursday dinner twice in a row, something she'd never done in years of our friendship, even during genuinely hard stretches of her life, citing reasons that were plausible individually and strange in their sudden frequency together. When I finally got her to come to dinner a third week running, she ordered a dish she'd always claimed to hate, ate it without comment, and didn't correct me when I referenced an old inside joke incorrectly, a joke specific enough and personal enough that the real Colette had never once let a misremembering of it slide by, uncorrected in 10 years of friendship. I sat across from her that evening, running through everything I actually knew for certain, which by that point felt like remarkably little given how long we'd been friends. I called her mother, whom I'd known for years through Colette, and felt comfortable enough to reach out to directly, and asked, carefully, whether she'd noticed anything different about her daughter recently. Her mother admitted, a little reluctantly, that she'd had a strange, hard to articulate feeling on the phone with Colette the week before. Something about her voice sounding right, but her turns of phrase sounding subtly borrowed. Like someone doing a very good, very careful impression of the way Colette usually talked, rather than simply talking the way she always had. Her mother's willingness to voice this, given how much she typically avoided saying anything that might sound critical of her own daughter, told me more than the specific content of what she'd actually said. I brought this up with Colette directly, as gently as I knew how, framing it as concern for her state of mind, rather than accusation, telling her she'd seemed different since the trip, and asking if something had happened out there that she hadn't wanted to share. She looked at me for a long moment, with an expression that held something like genuine hurt. Said she was fine. Said maybe I was projecting my own anxieties onto her, and the conversation ended with both of us a little raw, and neither of us any closer to an actual answer. I drove home that night replaying her expression in my mind, unable to decide whether I'd seemed genuine hurt at being doubted, or something closer to relief that I hadn't pushed harder for details she didn't actually have to give me. I drove out to the trailhead myself a few weeks later, on a pretext of hiking it for my own enjoyment, and asked the ranger stationed at the entrance kiosk whether trail logs from that particular week were still on file, explaining vaguely that a friend had taken a trip through there, and I wanted to confirm her registered exit time for my own peace of mind. He checked and found her name logged in on the correct day, but no corresponding exit entry logged for any day that week at all, an oversight he said happened more often than people would expect. Hikers sometimes exiting through a different trailhead, or simply forgetting to sign out. Nothing necessarily alarming on its own. I stood at that kiosk longer than I needed to afterward, looking down the trail she must have walked, trying to picture what 3 days alone out there might actually have involved, and coming up with nothing more satisfying than the ranger's own bored, practiced reassurance. Colette and I are still friends, still see each other most weeks, and most of the old warmth has crept slowly back into her over the following months. The hand gestures returning, the laugh landing on time again more often than not. I've stopped bringing up the trip, mostly because I don't have anything more solid to offer than a feeling in an unsigned exit log, but I still notice, sometimes, in an unguarded moment across a dinner table, a stillness settling briefly over her face that doesn't quite belong to the friend I've known since we were 19, gone again before I can be sure I actually saw it. I've started, without ever quite deciding to, keeping my own solo trips shorter and closer to home, telling myself it's simply a scheduling matter, unwilling to examine too closely why the idea of 3 days entirely alone in that same forest has come to unsettle me nearly as much as anything Colette herself ever said or didn't say about it. She invited me to join her on a trip out there last month, and I found a reason to decline that had nothing to do with scheduling at all. My mother calls me every Sunday evening at 6, a standing arrangement going back years, video calls now that she's gotten comfortable with the technology, propping her tablet up against the kitchen backsplash so I can see her cooking dinner while we talk. 3 Sundays ago, partway through an ordinary conversation about my brother's new job, her face on the screen held still for what felt like slightly too long during a laugh. The kind of held expression you'd expect from a frozen frame, rather than an actual pause in speaking, before resuming movement a half-second later than the audio suggested it should have. My mother lives alone in the same rural house I grew up in, about 4 hours from where I live now, ever since my father passed 6 years ago, and our Sunday calls have become something of an anchor for both of us, a reliable weekly check-in that neither of us has missed more than a handful of times across several years. She's proud, in an endearing way, of having learned video calling well into her 60s, and used to joke often about how strange it felt seeing her own face in the little corner window while we talked. A detail that made this particular glitch feel, in hindsight, even more specifically unsettling than it might have otherwise. I mentioned the lag, assuming a connection issue, and she agreed readily, blamed it on her rural internet provider, a complaint she's voiced legitimately many times before, given how spotty her connection actually is. I let it go easily enough that first week, since bad video lag is about the least remarkable thing two people can experience on a call between a city and the countryside. The following Sunday, the same thing happened twice more, her expression catching and holding at odd moments, once during a laugh, once during what should have been a simple nod. And this time I noticed something else alongside the lag, a strange flatness to the lighting on her face, compared to the visibly moving kitchen background behind her, as though her face itself sat very slightly out of sync with the room she was supposedly standing in, lit by a light source that didn't quite match the overhead fixture I could see reflected in the window behind her. I didn't say anything about the lighting that second week, mostly because I didn't yet have language for what I'd noticed, and because voicing something that specific over a video call felt like an accusation I wasn't ready to make against my own mother, based on nothing more than an intuition about shadows. I called my brother directly afterward, asking whether he'd noticed anything strange on his own calls with her. He said he hadn't been on a video call with her in almost 2 months, mostly texting and the occasional voice call, and hadn't thought much of the gap, given how busy his new job had kept him. Though he admitted, when I pressed, that her texts lately had felt oddly formal too, missing the string of typos and exclamation points that usually characterized her messages to him. I drove the 4 hours to see her in person the following weekend, unannounced except for a quick text saying I missed her and wanted to visit, and found her exactly as she should be, warm, present, moving through her kitchen with the specific unhurried efficiency I've watched my whole life. No lag, no strange lighting, nothing at all resembling what I'd seen on those 2 calls. She seemed delighted by the surprise visit, and slightly puzzled by my asking, more than once, whether anything unusual had been going on with her phone, her internet, anyone she'd been in contact with recently. I spent that whole weekend watching her more closely than I probably should have, for a supposedly casual visit, noting how she still hummed to herself while she chopped vegetables, still called out to me from another room mid-thought, the way she always had, still forgot where she'd set her reading glasses down at least twice a day. All of it so thoroughly, reassuringly her that I nearly convinced myself the entire video call episode had been some strange trick of compression and rural bandwidth, rather than anything worth the unease I'd been carrying around it. I went home reassured, mostly, telling myself that video compression artifacts explained far stranger things than a held expression and some odd backlighting, that I'd spent 2 weeks building a mystery out of what was probably just an aging tablet struggling with her bandwidth. The following Sunday's call went normally too. No lag, nothing to report, and I let the whole episode settle into the back of my mind as an unremarkable technical hiccup I'd overreacted to, out of nothing more than habitual worry about a parent who lives alone. It happened again 2 months later, on a call I almost didn't think twice about until partway through, when she mentioned an anecdote about a neighbor's garden that she'd already told me, nearly word for word, during my in-person visit 2 months prior. Not simply a repeated story, which happens naturally enough between any parent and adult child, but repeated with the exact same phrasing, the same pauses, the same small laugh in the same specific place, delivered with a freshness that suggested she genuinely believed she was telling it to me for the first time. I sat with my phone in my hand for a long while after that call ended, replaying the exact cadence of it in my head, trying to decide whether I'd simply become hyper-vigilant after weeks of half-formed worry, or whether I'd finally caught something real that I could no longer talk myself back out of noticing. I haven't found a way to raise any of this with her that doesn't sound, even to my own ears, like the beginning of a conversation about her cognitive health that I'm not remotely qualified to have, and not at all sure is warranted. I've started calling her more often on voice-only lines instead of video, telling myself it's simply easier on her rural connection, and I've caught myself, more than once, sitting in silence after we hang up, running back through the call in my memory, checking for lag, checking for held expressions, checking for phrases repeated too exactly, unable to decide whether I'm watching for something real or simply teaching myself to distrust the most familiar face I have. My brother, when I finally told him the full extent of what I'd been tracking, said gently that I might be projecting some of my own unresolved grief about our father onto our mother's aging, a suggestion I couldn't entirely dismiss, even as it failed to explain the specific, mechanical repetition of a story, told down to its very last pause. I drove up to see her again a few weeks after the repeated garden story, telling myself it was simply time for a visit rather than admitting the real reason, and found her exactly herself for the entire weekend, sharp and warm and quick with her usual dry humor, cooking the same recipes she's always made, without a single hesitation or repeated anecdote that I could catch. I left feeling almost embarrassed by how much time I'd spent worrying over what increasingly felt, in her actual physical presence, like nothing more than the ordinary quirks of an aging tablet, and a mind that occasionally, like anyone's, repeats a good story without realizing it's already been told. She hugged me tightly at the door when I left, the same way she always has, and told me to drive safe, and I sat in my car in her driveway for a long moment afterward before pulling out, unable to fully explain to myself why that ordinary goodbye had left me feeling more unsettled rather than less. Desmond Axterberg died in a highway accident on a Tuesday morning in March, a fact I know with total certainty because I attended his funeral 2 weeks later, spoke briefly with his widow at the reception afterward, and watched our shared department head deliver a eulogy that referenced Desmond's 15 years with the company, in language careful enough to suggest it had been drafted by HR rather than written from genuine grief. I had worked beside Desmond for 6 of those 15 years, in adjacent cubicles on the finance floor, close enough to know his habits without being close enough to call him a true friend. The finance floor at our company runs a fairly stable roster, people staying in the same roles, and even the same cubicles for years at a stretch, which meant Desmond's death left a specific, visible gap that the whole floor felt for weeks afterward, an empty chair nobody quite wanted to be the one to sit in first, quiet condolence cards passed around and signed, a general subdued mood that took the better part of a month to properly lift. I want to be precise about what I saw, because in the retelling it always sounds like something I could have simply misjudged from a distance. 5 weeks after the funeral, on a Thursday evening, well after most of the floor had gone home, I saw a man in Desmond's old cubicle from the elevator bank at the far end of the floor, adjusting the desk lamp in the exact particular way Desmond always used to, tilting it a specific few degrees left before settling into work. Desmond's old cubicle had been reassigned within 2 weeks of his death, standard company practice, to a newer hire named Presley, who I'd met exactly once at an onboarding lunch. I told myself, walking to my car that night, that I'd simply seen Presley developing an identical habit with an identical lamp, that shared furniture produces shared adjustments in anyone who sits at that particular desk under that particular light. I mostly believed this until the following week, when I passed the cubicle during ordinary daytime hours and saw the same man again, and recognized, with a jolt I still can't fully describe, Desmond's exact posture, shoulders angled the specific way his had always angled, from years of an old shoulder injury he used to complain about during our lunch breaks. I looked directly at his face that time, for perhaps 3 full seconds before he glanced up and met my eyes. And it was Presley's face, younger than Desmond's, a different jawline, nothing about the features themselves matching what I remembered of Desmond at all. It was only the posture, the mannerisms, the specific way he reached for his coffee mug with his left hand, rather than his right, that carried something of Desmond so precisely that my body reacted to it before my mind could reconcile the wrong face attached to those familiar movements. I mentioned it, carefully, to a coworker named Faustina, who'd also known Desmond for years, framing it as an odd coincidence rather than anything more. She laughed it off at first, then grew quieter when I described the specific shoulder angle and the lamp adjustment, admitting that she'd noticed something similar herself a few days earlier. Chalked it up at the time to her own grief playing tricks on her perception, and hadn't wanted to say anything out loud for fear of sounding unstable to people who hadn't shared her specific history with Desmond. Faustina and I started, without ever quite agreeing to it out loud, keeping half an eye on Presley together over the following weeks, comparing notes quietly over lunch away from the rest of the floor. She noticed he'd started ordering the same specific sandwich from the cafeteria that Desmond used to order, down to an unusual combination of mustard and pickles that had always struck the rest of us as a slightly odd choice unique to Desmond's own taste. Presley, as far as either of us could tell, had never once shown interest in that sandwich during his first month on the floor, before Desmond's cubicle became his own. We didn't approach Presley directly about any of it, not wanting to explain an accusation neither of us could properly articulate even to ourselves. Instead, over the following month, I found myself watching him more closely than any new coworker should reasonably warrant, cataloging small details the way you'd catalog evidence for a case you weren't sure you were even building. He used Desmond's specific turn of phrase during a budget meeting, a slightly old-fashioned idiom about numbers not adding up to a hill of beans, that I'd heard from Desmond dozens of times over 6 years, and had never once heard from anyone else in the building. He hummed, under his breath during long stretches of spreadsheet work, a tune I eventually placed as an old jazz standard Desmond used to hum at his desk on slow afternoons, a habit Presley couldn't plausibly have picked up secondhand from anyone still working there. I asked Presley once, as casually as I could manage during a shared elevator ride, where he'd worked before joining the company. He named a firm 2 states away, described a career trajectory that sounded entirely plausible and entirely unremarkable, nothing in his account suggesting any connection to Desmond at all. I found myself unable to reconcile the ordinary, slightly awkward young man describing his prior job history with the specific inherited mannerisms I'd watched accumulate in him over the preceding weeks. Mannerisms that felt less like coincidence and more like something learned, absorbed, worn into a body that hadn't originally belonged to them. I brought it up once more, near the end of that quarter, with our department head directly, framing it as a concern about workplace culture, rather than anything stranger, mentioning only that Presley's behavior sometimes reminded several of us uncomfortably of Desmond, given how recently we'd lost him. She looked at me for a long moment, with an expression I couldn't quite read, then said only that grief affects people's perception in ways that are entirely normal and nothing to worry about. A response that felt in its careful blandness less like reassurance and more like a door being gently but deliberately closed. Presley still works 2 cubicles down from where I sit, still adjusts that lamp the same specific few degrees, still hums that same jazz standard on slow afternoons, and I've largely stopped mentioning any of it to anyone since Faustina left the company entirely last spring, for reasons she described only as needing a change of scenery, and I never quite worked up the nerve to ask her, before she left, whether that change of scenery had anything to do with what the 2 of us had noticed together. I ran into Desmond's widow once more, almost a year after the funeral, at a mutual acquaintance retirement party, and found myself, after a few glasses of wine, asking her a question I immediately regretted the moment it left my mouth. Whether Desmond had ever mentioned a young coworker at another firm, someone new to the industry he might have mentored informally. She looked at me strangely and said no, that Desmond had never mentioned anyone by that description, and asked why I wanted to know, a question I deflected as best I could, unwilling to explain the actual shape of what I'd been quietly turning over in my mind for months by that point. She did mention, unprompted, that she'd started finding it easier to visit the office building for her annual benefits paperwork, that walking past the finance floor no longer caught in her chest the way it used to during that first raw year, a small mercy I didn't have the heart to complicate, With anything, I still wasn't sure I actually understood myself. I picked my daughter Ren up from 3 weeks of overnight camp on a Saturday afternoon in August, the same lakeside program she'd attended for the past 4 summers, and she hugged me at the checkout tent the way she always did, tan and grinning and full of stories about the friends she'd made. And it wasn't until we'd been driving for almost an hour that I noticed she'd stopped talking entirely, staring out the window at scenery she should have found unremarkable after 4 summers of the exact same route home. Ren had begged to attend that particular camp since she was 7, finally old enough at 8 to enroll, and every summer since had come home practically vibrating with stories, new friendships, camp songs she'd sing for the whole drive, whether I wanted to hear them or not. I'd never once, across 4 summers, needed to worry about the pickup itself, since it had always followed the same reliable pattern of enthusiastic chatter that made the 2-hour drive feel like 10 minutes. I asked if she was tired. She said she was, which made sense enough for a kid coming off 3 weeks of camp activities and bad sleep in a cabin bunk. And I let the silence sit for another 20 minutes before I tried again, asking about her favorite counselor this year, a young woman named Delphine, who Ren had talked about constantly in every phone call home over the past 3 summers. She said Delphine had been fine, in a flat, uncommitted tone that didn't match the enthusiasm I'd heard in every previous phone call, and I remember glancing at her in the rearview mirror and feeling, for the first time that drive, a small cold drop of unease I couldn't yet justify, the kind that settles in the stomach before the mind has caught up to naming it. We stopped at the same gas station we always stopped at halfway through the drive, a ritual 4 summers running, where Ren always ordered the same blue raspberry slushie from the attached convenience store without needing to be asked. This time she stood in front of the slushie machine for a long moment before choosing a flavor at random, cherry, which she'd never once picked before, and ate almost none of it on the remaining drive, letting it melt untouched in the cup holder. I told myself over and over on that second half of the drive that 3 weeks away changes a kid, that 12-year-olds come back from camp every summer slightly different than they left, more independent, sometimes moodier, and that reading too much into a skipped slushy flavor said more about my own anxiety than about anything actually wrong with my daughter. I mostly believed that, right up until we pulled into our driveway and she looked at our house for a beat too long before getting out of the car. The way you look at a house you're trying to place rather than one you've lived in your whole life. My husband noticed it too, that first evening, mentioning quietly once Ren had gone up to shower that she'd seemed unusually subdued at dinner, picking at her food rather than eating with her usual appetite, answering his questions about camp in short, vague sentences instead of the detailed stories she normally couldn't wait to tell. We agreed that first night to give it a few days before worrying seriously, both of us wanting to believe the ordinary explanation of exhaustion and transition, rather than anything that might require more from us than patience. The following week brought smaller wrongnesses, easy each time to explain away individually. She didn't recognize our next-door neighbor's dog, a golden retriever she'd been obsessed with since it was a puppy, greeting it with polite unfamiliarity rather than the enthusiastic scratching she usually gave it. She asked where we kept the cereal, in a kitchen she'd navigated her entire life, standing in front of the correct cabinet without opening it. She played her favorite song from the car radio without singing along to it the way she always had, mouthing none of the words she'd had memorized for over a year. I found myself watching her interact with her younger brother too, a relationship that had always run warm but competitive, full of the specific bickering only siblings close in age ever manage, and noticed that competitive edge had gone entirely flat, Ren deferring to him in small disagreements where she'd have normally dug in for the fight, a change he himself noticed and mentioned to me privately, confused about why his sister had suddenly stopped taking the bait on arguments that used to reliably draw her in every single time. I called the camp director, a woman named Louisa who'd run the program for over a decade, and asked as calmly as I could manage whether anything unusual had happened during the last week of the session. An injury, an illness, any incident involving Ren specifically. Louisa checked the camp's incident log while I waited on the phone and reported back that nothing had been flagged. No injuries, no illness beyond one mild stomach bug that had gone around the whole cabin and resolved within a day. Nothing that would explain the change I was describing to her. She did mention, almost as an aside, that the counselor Delphine had left partway through the final week for a family emergency, replaced by a substitute counselor for the last several days, a detail Louisa didn't think significant enough to have mentioned unprompted, but that lodged itself uncomfortably in my mind regardless. I brought Rin to our family pediatrician the following week, framing the visit as a routine post-camp checkup, rather than voicing my actual concern, and the doctor found nothing physically wrong. Her growth and reflexes and basic cognitive responses all within normal range for a girl her age. I asked carefully whether kids sometimes came back from time away, seeming different in ways that weren't cause for alarm. The doctor said certainly. Adolescence does strange things to personality, even without a summer camp involved, and that unless I had something more concrete to point to, this likely fell well within the range of an ordinary developmental shift. A reassurance I clung to more tightly than I probably should have given how little of my actual concern I'd been willing to voice out loud in that appointment. Ren's teacher mentioned something similar during the first week of the new school year, noting that Ren seemed a little quieter in class than she had the previous spring. Less quick to raise her hand, though she framed it gently as a common enough adjustment after a long summer away from the classroom routine. Nothing she felt warranted any special concern or intervention at that point. Ren has, over the following months, slowly warmed back into something closer to the daughter I remember, laughing at our old family jokes again, humming her favorite songs, greeting the neighbor's dog with something like her old enthusiasm, though I've caught myself more than once wondering whether what I'm seeing is genuine return or simply very good, very patient learning. I don't ask her about that first strange week of being home anymore, mostly because the one time I tried, she looked at me with an expression of such total, guileless confusion that I couldn't bring myself to push further, unwilling to plant a doubt in a child's mind that I couldn't even fully justify to myself, and unwilling to risk losing whatever ground she'd managed to make back toward being entirely herself again. Her brother still mentions, occasionally, that she argues with him again the way she used to, and I've noticed I feel a small, private relief every single time he says it, as though sibling bickering were the truest proof available that I'd gotten my actual daughter back. My older sister Renette disappeared 11 years ago, at 19, in the ordinary and devastating way people sometimes simply vanish. No note, no witness departure, just an empty dorm room at the state school she'd been attending, and a silence that swallowed the rest of my parents' lives around it. Hearings and flyers and a police file that thinned with every passing year until it became, eventually, one more inactive case in a drawer somewhere. Growing up, Renate had been the more adventurous of the two of us, always the one to talk our parents into letting us do things slightly beyond what they were initially comfortable with, and her disappearance had never fit cleanly into any story we could tell ourselves about who she was. Not the type to run off with a boyfriend our parents didn't approve of. Not struggling academically or socially in any way her roommate or professors had noticed. Simply gone between one Tuesday and the next, leaving behind a life that made no obvious sense to leave. She walked into our mother's kitchen this past spring, unannounced, 30 years old now instead of the 19 she'd been when she left, saying only that she didn't remember most of the years in between, and had found her way home mostly by instinct once fragments of memory started returning to her over the preceding months. My mother wept in a way I'd never seen her weep even during the worst years of Renate's absence, and I stood in the doorway of that kitchen unable to move, caught between the relief flooding through my parents and a colder, quieter feeling I couldn't yet name. One that took me weeks to even admit to myself I was carrying at all. She looked right. That's the strange thing to try to explain to anyone who wasn't there. She had our sister's face, aged the correct 11 years. Her voice pitched the way I remembered it, right down to a small rasp she'd always gotten when tired. She knew our childhood home's layout, knew our father's specific way of clearing his throat before saying something serious, knew 100 small true things about our family that a stranger couldn't have simply looked up. It was the gaps that unsettled me, more than anything she got wrong. She didn't remember our grandmother's funeral, which had happened the year before she disappeared, an event she'd attended and cried through, sitting beside me in the second pew. She claimed not to remember our childhood dog at all, a golden retriever she'd begged our parents for and named herself, a detail so foundational to her teenage years that its total absence felt less like amnesia and more like a hole cut cleanly out of a life, rather than simply faded by time. I asked her, gently over the weeks that followed, to tell me what she did remember of the lost years, hoping some specific detail might either confirm or unravel the whole account. She described fragments, a house and a state she couldn't name, other people whose faces she couldn't fully picture, a feeling of time passing strangely, faster in some stretches and slower in others, none of it cohering into anything an investigator or a doctor could act on. Our parents' doctor, a kind older man who'd known our family for decades, ran the tests he could think to run, and found nothing physically wrong with her beyond the ordinary wear of 11 unaccounted years. No clear neurological explanation for memory loss this selective and this total. I sat in on one of those appointments myself, at my mother's request, and watched the doctor ask Rennet a series of careful orientation questions. The current date, the name of the sitting president, simple arithmetic, all of which she answered correctly and without hesitation, which the doctor noted approvingly as a good sign, though it struck me privately as strange in its own way, since a person genuinely disoriented by 11 lost years might reasonably stumble on at least one of those basic anchors before settling back into the present. Our father embraced the return without much visible doubt, grateful in a way that made questioning it feel like a cruelty I wasn't willing to inflict on him after everything he'd already carried. My mother, I noticed, watched Renate sometimes with an expression I recognized because I felt it myself, a kind of loving vigilance that never quite settled into full comfort. Present in small ways, checking a birthmark on Renate's wrist against an old photograph one evening, when she thought no one was watching, asking a question about a memory only the two of them had shared, and receiving an answer that technically fit, but somehow lacked the specific texture the real memory should have carried. Our extended family, aunts and cousins who'd known Renate, mostly from holiday gatherings rather than daily life, accepted her return with unreserved joy, throwing a small welcome home dinner that Renate attended graciously, answering questions about her missing years with the same vague, fragmentary account she'd given us, met each time with sympathetic nods rather than any deeper scrutiny. I sat through that dinner, watching her navigate a room full of relatives who hadn't seen her in over a decade, performing recognition and warmth with what struck me, watching closely, as slightly too even a distribution of attention. Nothing favoring the cousin she'd actually been closer to as a teenager over the one she'd barely known. An old family friend, someone who'd babysat both of us as children and hadn't seen either of us in over a decade, remarked to my mother privately that Renate seemed lovely, but somehow more polished than the sharp-tongued, occasionally difficult teenager she remembered, a comment my mother relayed to me with visible unease of her own. I don't know what to make of any of it. Still, months later, Renate has integrated back into the family, with a thoroughness that either proves she is exactly who she says she is, worn down and altered by 11 hard years, or proves that whatever this is has had a very long time to learn everything a person would need to know to come home convincingly. She calls me by my correct childhood nickname, remembers our shared inside jokes with the right cadence, cries at the right moments during family gatherings. And yet there's a texture to her presence in a room that I can't fully reconcile with the sister I grew up beside. A slight remove, as though she's performing warmth from a script that's very good but not quite lived. I catch myself sometimes wondering what a script that good would even need 11 years to write, and whether the length of her absence was itself the price of getting every detail this close to right. I haven't told my parents about the doubt that sits with me most days, because I don't have anything solid enough to offer them beyond a feeling, and because the alternative to this version of Renate, for both of them, remains an empty dorm room and 11 years of unanswered silence, which is a worse thing to hand them than an imperfect homecoming. I sit across from her at family dinners now, watching her eat, watching her laugh at our father's jokes. And some nights I let myself believe completely that she's home, and other nights I find myself studying the specific line of her jaw against old photographs, looking for the answer to a question I've stopped being sure I actually want confirmed, unwilling to be the one who takes this family's fragile, hard-won peace away from them over nothing more than a dog's forgotten name, and a jaw that might simply have aged 11 years, the way any jaw eventually does. My roommate Priyanka went missing for 2 days during our junior year of college, walking out of our dorm suite on a Friday afternoon for what she said was a study session at the library, and not answering a single text or call until Sunday evening, when she walked back through our door looking tired, but otherwise unharmed, offering only that she'd lost track of time at a friend's off-campus apartment and forgotten to charge her phone. We'd been roommates for 2 full years by that point, close enough that our families had met at Parents' Weekend, close enough that I could usually predict, within a reasonable margin, exactly how she'd react to almost anything. She wasn't the type to disappear without a word, meticulous about her schedule, the sort of person who color-coded her class notes and texted back within minutes even during finals week, which was exactly why her silence over that particular weekend had frightened me as much as it did, since it broke a pattern I'd come to rely on without ever really noticing I was relying on it. I'd called campus security by Saturday night, genuinely frightened by then, and they'd taken a report and promised to look into it, though nothing came of that report before she turned up on her own. I remember the specific relief of seeing her walk back in, followed almost immediately by a second feeling I couldn't name yet. Something in how she moved through the doorway, a half-beat slower than her usual quick, decisive way of entering a room. She apologized for worrying me, hugged me the way she always did, and went straight to her room to sleep, which felt reasonable enough for someone claiming 2 days of poor sleep at a friend's apartment. It was the next morning, watching her make coffee, that the wrongness properly announced itself. She reached for the sugar first, before the creamer, a sequence she'd never once followed in the 2 years we'd lived together. And when I mentioned it, lightly as a joke about her being a creature of habit, she looked at me with an expression that held just slightly too much confusion for a joke that small, as though she genuinely couldn't place why the order of 2 ordinary condiments would be worth commenting on at all. Over that week I noticed other things, none of them individually significant enough to raise with her directly. She stopped humming while she studied, a habit so constant I'd once complained about it to my mother on the phone. She asked me twice, in the space of 4 days, questions about our own shared history that she should have known the answers to without asking, the name of the professor whose class had brought us together freshman year, the specific joke that had made us friends in the first place. Both times she recovered quickly, laughed it off as exhaustion or distraction, and both times I let her, telling myself each time that I was simply more attuned to her now than I'd been before that missing weekend, watching for wrongness where none actually existed. I called the off-campus friend she claimed to have stayed with, a girl named Odalys who I'd met a handful of times, and Odalys said, with a note of genuine confusion in her voice, that she hadn't seen Priyanka in almost a month. hadn't hosted her for any weekend, and didn't know where that story might have come from. I didn't tell Priyanka I'd made that call. I sat with the information instead, turning it over, trying to decide whether it meant she'd lied about where she'd actually been, which would have been strange but not impossible for a college student wanting privacy, or whether it meant something stranger that I didn't yet have language for. I started, quietly and with some shame, keeping a kind of private log of these small discrepancies, dated and specific. The way you document something you suspected you might need to explain to someone else eventually, a resident advisor or a doctor, or possibly, though I didn't want to think this far ahead, her own parents. The log grew slowly through the following weeks. A favorite band, she claimed, suddenly not to like anymore. A scar on her forearm from a childhood bicycle accident that seemed, when I looked closely one evening while she reached for a mug, slightly different in shape and placement than I remembered it being before that missing weekend, though I couldn't have sworn to the memory with total confidence, and I've wondered since whether I was simply looking too hard by then for something to find. Her parents visited campus for a scheduled family weekend about a month after all this began, and I watched Priyanka greet her mother with what looked, to any casual observer, like total normalcy. The same easy hug, the same familiar inside joke about her mother's driving that she always made. It was only her father, pulling me aside privately during a lull in the visit, who mentioned that Priyanka had seemed different on their last few phone calls too. Quieter, less quick with her usual sharp humor, though he'd attributed it entirely to the ordinary stress of junior year coursework rather than anything he found genuinely alarming. I asked her, once, directly, whether anything had happened to her during those 2 days that she hadn't told me, framing it gently, as a concerned friend rather than an accusation. She said no, that she genuinely didn't remember much of the weekend beyond fragments, that she'd assumed it was simple exhaustion and hadn't thought to worry about it herself. She seemed in that moment sincerely troubled by my concern, rather than defensive, which unsettled me more than a defensive reaction would have, since it meant either she was telling the complete truth about a strange but explicable gap in her memory, or whatever now sat across from me genuinely believed, as much as I did, that it was Priyanka, down to the last detail of who she thought she'd always been. I mentioned the whole situation, in careful, vague terms, to our floor's resident advisor, mostly seeking some outside perspective on whether I should be more worried than I already was. She listened patiently and suggested, kindly, that stress and unexplained memory gaps weren't unusual for college students under enough pressure, and that unless I had specific evidence of harm, the healthiest thing I could do was support Priyanka through whatever she was going through, rather than treat her like a puzzle to solve. I took that advice seriously, mostly, though it never fully settled the particular unease that had lodged itself in me since that Sunday evening, an unease that followed me quietly through the rest of that semester, no matter how ordinary our day-to-day roommate life otherwise felt. We're not roommates anymore, having graduated and moved to different cities the way most college friendships eventually scatter. And we still talk on the phone every few weeks, still make each other laugh the same way we always did, still share a specific rhythm of friendship that either survived whatever happened that weekend intact, or was recreated afterward with a thoroughness I can't account for. I still have the log, saved in a folder I've never shown anyone, dated entries thinning out over the following months, as the discrepancies grew rarer, and then, eventually stopped altogether, though I've never quite convinced myself that stopping meant the same thing as never having happened at all. Sometimes, on our calls, she'll reference a memory from our sophomore year, with total warmth and confidence, and I'll find myself checking it silently against my own recollection, before I let myself simply enjoy the conversation the way I used to. Before any of this started, my husband Aaron came home from a 4-day conference in Denver on a Thursday evening, set his suitcase down in the same spot by the closet he always used, and kissed me on the cheek the exact way he always did, and it wasn't until he reached for the coffee mug that I noticed anything at all. He took down the wrong one, the plain white one from the back of the cabinet. When for 11 years of marriage he's used the same chipped blue mug every single morning without exception. Aaron travels for work maybe 3 or 4 times a year, always the same handful of industry conferences, and I've long since stopped worrying much about these trips, since he's never been the type to drink too much at hotel bars or come home distracted by anything more troubling than jet lag and too many rubber chicken dinners. This particular Denver trip had been on the calendar for months, nothing unusual about the timing or the circumstances leading up to it, and I dropped him at the airport myself Sunday morning, with nothing more than an ordinary goodbye kiss, and a reminder to text me when he landed, which he did, right on schedule, sounding exactly like himself. I didn't say anything that first night. People get thrown off by travel, by bad hotel sleep, by 4 days of conference food and recycled air, and a wrong mug is not a marriage-shaking piece of evidence. I made a joke about it instead, something light, and he laughed at the joke a half-second later than I expected. The way you laugh at something you've been told is funny, rather than something that strikes you as funny in the moment. I went to bed that night telling myself I was simply tired myself, having spent 4 days managing our daughter's schedule solo, and that tiredness has a way of making a person notice things that would otherwise pass by, completely unremarked. Over the following weeks, I found myself cataloging him the way you'd catalog a rental car you weren't sure was the one you'd actually reserved. Small things, nothing you could put in a police report. He salted his food before tasting it, which he'd never done, being the kind of person who always tasted first out of some minor culinary pride. He took the long way to the grocery store, the route past the elementary school that added 6 minutes to the drive, on a Tuesday when the school route made no sense at all. He called our cat by the name of a cat we'd had before her, a cat that died 3 years before we even met. I asked him about the cat's name directly, watching his face when I did it, and he corrected himself immediately, laughed it off as exhaustion, said conferences always left him scrambled for a few days after. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation. I told myself it was a perfectly reasonable explanation for 2 more days, through a weekend where he sat in my father's chair at the head of the table, without seeming to notice it wasn't his, where he reached for a house key on a ring of keys he should have had memorized, and tried 3 wrong ones first. I called his sister on the following Monday, ostensibly to ask about a family recipe, actually to ask, in the most roundabout way I could manage, whether Aaron had seemed like himself the last time she'd talked to him. She said he'd sounded a little off on the phone, the week before he left for Denver too. Tired, distracted, using turns of phrase that weren't quite his usual ones, though she'd chalked it up to the stress of an upcoming performance review at work that he'd apparently been dreading. I hadn't known about any performance review. Aaron hadn't mentioned it to me at all, not before the trip and not after, which struck me as strange for a man who normally told me about every small workplace anxiety in more detail than I ever wanted. I looked through his phone one evening while he showered, which I want to be honest felt like a violation even as I did it, and found nothing incriminating in the way I might have expected. No messages suggesting an affair, no evidence of anything criminal, just an ordinary phone with ordinary texts, except that his search history from the days in Denver held several searches for our own address, our anniversary date, and my mother's maiden name. The kind of searches you'd run if you were trying to reconstruct a life you didn't fully remember living. I didn't confront him with any of it directly. I don't know exactly why, except that some part of me was afraid of what confirmation would actually mean. Afraid that naming it out loud would make it something I couldn't unknow, and some other part of me kept circling back to the fact that he still remembered our wedding song, still remembered the specific joke from our first date that only the 2 of us knew, details too intimate and too specific for anyone to have researched their way into. I started testing him in small, deniable ways instead, mentioning fake memories to see if he'd agree with something that never happened. referencing a trip to the coast we'd supposedly taken that we never actually took. He didn't take the bait, corrected me gently each time, said I must be thinking of someone else's story, which either meant he was exactly who he'd always been, or meant whatever was different about him was thorough enough to know precisely which memories were real and which were traps. Our daughter, 12 and generally more attuned to household moods than either of us gave her credit for, asked me one evening, apropos of nothing, whether Dad had seemed weird since he got back from his trip. I asked what she meant, careful not to lead her toward an answer, and she said only that he'd hugged her differently the first night back, longer than usual, in a way that felt almost like he was trying to remember what hugging her was supposed to feel like, rather than simply doing it the way he always had. I told her people get tired from travel. She accepted that easily enough, the way kids do when an adult offers a reasonable-sounding explanation, though I noticed she watched him a little more closely at dinner for the following week or two. 3 weeks after the conference, I found the chipped blue mug in the back of the cabinet, moved there deliberately it seemed, and the plain white one sitting in its usual spot on the shelf, as though someone had noticed the wrongness too, and tried, quietly, to correct for it without ever admitting there'd been anything to correct. Aaron is, as far as I can tell now, exactly the man I married in every way that matters day to day, kind to me, present with our daughter, remembering birthdays and anniversaries with the same steady reliability he always had. I've stopped actively looking for the wrongness, mostly because I no longer trust my own inventory of what counts as evidence versus what counts as 4 days of bad hotel sleep working itself slowly out of a person's system. Our daughter stopped asking whether Dad seemed weird sometime around the 2-month mark, her attention drifting the way children's attention does once the immediate strangeness stops repeating itself often enough to hold their interest. But I still keep the blue mug on the counter instead of in the cabinet now, where I can see at a glance, every single morning, which one he reaches for